Hey, what is up, and welcome back to another Building Muster Minutes live on stream. It's episode 33 and we're going to get back into it. We're going to be doing some design work again today. Yesterday we were working on our payment kind of checkout screen, so we'll check that out and figure out what we're going to work on next. This was the screen we was working on yesterday, and we I think this looks pretty good. I mean, there's a few things that maybe I could tweak, but it does the job. There was one thing I think in this flow which we have where I want to be able to, you know, adjust some of these things. I'm going to delete a couple of these meetings, tidy some things up, sort ourselves out. You know, we're a bit messy at the moment and we should tidy up. How are we doing? Yeah, okay, cool. So we want to change our recording. We're going to upload it. I think like the upload here is a bit weird at the moment still. We could refine that. We upload our recording though. This analysing audio screen, I want to work on that a little bit at some point. This screen I think is looking good. Checkout to unlock is obviously going to take us into Stripe to pay. And yeah, I think that's looking good. There's a couple of little bugs. Maybe we start with something small. I always like to kind of get warmed up a little bit. There's a small little bug here. Let's fix this. Let's jump in. Also, let's just check. I don't have anything staged. I do have something staged. What's this? Checkout to unlock. Okay, fine. You know, I maybe tweak the text a little bit. So that's fine. Maybe we'll just commit that and get that out of the way. Text. Update. Checkout. Link. Text. I may have did that off stream yesterday. So that is basically here. It says checkout to unlock now. I kind of wanted something a bit more than just checkout. Checkout on its own felt a little bit empty, a little bit like, okay, what's going on? Why am I doing that? So checkout to unlock kind of makes a bit more sense, maybe, kind of. Let's go back. So get rid of that and we'll do, where do we want to go, you know, what are we trying to do here? So we're going to go to the agenda items index page, because we were in here and I noticed we'd moved this from pop out, we've lost our space, which means we've lost our margin. We need to add it back in, you know, margin top large, I think does the job. If I refresh, is that correct? I don't know. Occasionally I have this really slow load and I don't know why. Anyway, yeah, that looked correct. Let's also fix this up, like what's going on down here. You know, this needs some space. Why have we not got the space we desire, you know, between these? Separated? I can't remember what separated does. Oh, like the border across the top. Okay, so that's the agenda items new. Maybe it's agenda item form, you know, maybe it's in there. And so, yeah, we need to add flow into here, maybe. I want a bit of flow, I want a bit of space. Yep, that looks better. And maybe a bit of space above as well, like, you know, like what's going on there? Adding top extra small. Maybe we could make that small, you know, like give us a bit of space to breathe. We've also got to remember while we're editing this is also used in the same view in the transcription editor down here. And so it has to look good there as well. Which I think it would probably be okay with a bit of more space, just a little bit, just a touch, you know, just a sprinkle, a smidge. Might have overdone it, but I think we'll go with it. No, it does feel a bit too much. You know, small. I think small is okay. It was a bit too much before. And cool, okay, fine. And then when we go into web meeting, you know, and go and edit the agenda, this still feels okay. Matters arising. You know, we've got that in our agenda. We have a simple agenda builder, we've got a transcription locked, our minutes are locked. We have to check out to unlock those features. Cool. I think we can commit those. There were kind of a couple of small little tweaks. So we can do lipstick by tweak and tune design. Yeah, that'll do. We'll push that up. Okay. Now I want to do something special. You know, I'm going to mix it up here. Like when you upload the recording and you kind of go through this analyzing phase, analyzing audio, it can happen quite quick. I want to do something, you know, like maybe there's something code pen, like audio waves. You know, something like this might be an interesting technique, you know, if we could do something like that. What is that? Just an SVG? We could do something like this. It's free to use. What is it? What have we got? We've got like a... Oh god, what's going on with my voice? My voice. Okay. So this works because we basically have kind of a couple of different shapes and they're moving at different speeds, you know. And I guess we could do something like that inside of this box. You know, we could give ourselves a bit more space. We can kind of take this concept and apply it here in a way. Yeah, I kind of like that. Let's perhaps make this... I mean, we'll have a lot going on here. So what is this? Isn't this meeting show? And it's probably in the recording, right? Is it here? Payment processing, audio, analyzing audio. So maybe we do a partial in here, which is like recording, analyzing. The analyzing partial. Recordings, analyzing. And then in here we'll just have analyzing audio. You know, we'll just have that for now, and then we'll figure out what we're doing in a second. Okay. And then the recording itself. You know, down here we'll do render, recordings, analyze. I kind of prefer that, you know, rather than analyzing or analysis. What did it before? Analyze? You know, that probably makes sense. And then we'll pass like locals, the recording. Although we shouldn't need it, you know. There shouldn't actually need to be a local here. We're not going to get live streamed information about the recording. So let's just rename this to analyze. And then we'll change the audio. Again, don't know what's going on with the slowness. I'm a bit concerned about the spacing, like, at the moment. Analyzing audio. Fine, so that's in there, you know. Let's see. So this is just the load. Let's content before waves. Well, what's this part about? Do I need this? Kind of taking stuff out and just seeing what happens. Okay, the waves shoot to the top now. I'm okay with that because I can move my waves around however I like. Right. Basically, this is an original version of simple CSS waves. Okay. I'm kind of thinking we go in here and we add this. Interesting. Nice. Okay.
From a stranger on my phone, my vision blurry, so I forget dying to hold you, but you left me here for dead. How could I do what I've done if I'm in love?
Okay, and then what's going on down here? Is there like some sort of like waves have position relative? Okay, that has parallax on it. Let's just stick these in here for now, you know. We're gonna probably move this out in a moment. Or we will move it out in a moment. But let's just see what we've got to work with first. Change it. And then we can upload our new recording. And then it flashes and goes. Okay, well, fine. We're missing a couple of things, sure, because like there's no colour, there's no not applying any colour anywhere. Probably need We'll go with that and just see what happens. You know, I want to. A bit slow on the old delete here. Let's, because I keep having to jump around a bit, let's maybe just what can we do? Well, this is used by the recording, so I could just say if false and that will force this to always go into that analyzing mode. Even though it's technically analysed, we'll force it to render what we want to see, but we can refine and tweak this layout and design. Fine. But in here, you know, I actually think we probably want waves to have like the background, maybe. And then like the analyzing audio to be the other way around. So those have RGB values there. Could I not have done like fill red, you know? I mean, this doesn't even have the right value anyway because it's missing the thing, so delete 2 there. Okay, cool, fine. So I can just set fill values down here. Now, var color porcelain 500. Is that gonna work? You know, is that gonna get the porcelain color? It does. What happens if I get them all to have that color? Well, they kind of all just now look a bit odd. When they were in here, they had different opacity levels, right? So what were the different opacity levels? Well, let's just look at the original. That was hard coded in here. 0.7, 0.5, 0.3, 753, you know? And so opacity 0.7, opacity 0.5, 0.3. Does the same job. We don't need this background anymore. And then perhaps we just do margin alc bar spacing times -1, and we'll do space large. You know, I'm gonna just invert that. What are we doing for the space? MD. Okay, cool. And then maybe we could just Pelorus, you know, beautiful old Pelorus. Launch 500 might be a bit too colourful, a bit too punchy, I don't know. I don't know if Polaris is a bit too much, you know. What is the border of this box? Porcelain 200. What if... Can you do gradient fill? SVG, gradient fill, CSS? Like, is that... To do my gradients in SVG. I'm kind of wondering, you know, if I could do... With this being defs, yeah. Okay, okay. Link to there. Paste. Link to the end of the line. Yank to the end of the line, paste there, grab that, put that back in there. Perhaps we could do 400, make it different, you know? Is that now changed in any way? No, because we still need to do the thing that we need to do, which is to tell it to use this gradient, you know? It needed to go the other way round. I don't know why I've done that in such a weird way. Is that right? I don't know what's going on there. It looks a bit flickery now because I think the gradient changes because it's moving across, like the gradient direction. How do you change the direction, you know? They've got two different directions going on. So what is the... it's like the X1, X2, Y1, Y2. The first one is like X, Y, R, Y, R, X. and it's on the x1 is 1, x2 is 2, like 1, y1 equal what 0. I mean, I don't really know what's going on here, but hey ho, let's go. I know I've done, but I also feel like I've not got gradient anymore, you know? Maybe like there feels like there's something a little bit off there. You know, so maybe, I mean, this is the only, like that one there. And then I definitely feel like there's a gradient going on there. But it's hard to really place it, and also it's definitely bottom isn't blending in with the box. And that's kind of what I was trying to go for. I was trying to go for blending in the bottom so that I don't have to round the corners a little bit. Kind of cheating there, I suppose, but you know. H2. Plus text center. Not sure why suddenly I now have margin on the bottom, like this weird gap on the bottom. Bit of a div. Because then also I think what I want to do underneath is have some sort of paragraph. And in this paragraph, we're going to say, we are currently analysing your recording How goes? Thank you for the resub. It's all going well, thank you. How are you? Plus an X auto. MB large. Good, sitting back down to do some more of the dyno stuff. Was getting stuck getting the RPM to read correctly. Oh. That's cool. By past tense, it sounds like maybe you've resolved the issue of getting the RPM to read correctly. No. Okay. I don't like having to do that. Annoying. Fix the Safari gap. Hey. Weird. What's the issue with the RPM reading? Like what's going on? I'm not sure what the stop opacity is going on with there. Like, oh, it just goes transparent. The calculation either isn't working, or it's something to do with the timings and the millis function, or maybe it's missing the pulses, or a combination of all of that. Sounds quite complex. It probably is a combination of all of that. I thought I had it working that one night. Color red. Stop color blue. I want to see. It's not what I expected to happen. There is like a blue hint down bottom. I found people trying to do it online and try getting that code to work, but the thread doesn't end with a clear solution. That sounds like most online discussion threads when it comes to code. Yeah. Just evolved into people arguing about other shit. Is this specifically that thread? That sounds weird. I mean, most. Oh, okay, yeah. It's like, is there really that much drama about how to calculate the RPM? Okay, that one's the lower one, and this one is the higher one. I wonder as well if I can do something like 5, 5, but then Like this one's 4.9, and then this has the offset opacity, is it? Set to 0. Stop opacity. Yeah, that's weird. Don't do that.
I'm feeling hopeful.
Car forums always end like that. Yeah, I imagine that they probably do.
I'm feeling hopeful.
They sound like the sort of place that probably would end up in that sort of place. Don't know if it needs the emoji. Analyzing meeting. Okay. No, this year of the X car is the best. Yeah. Just pointless shit that doesn't actually ever really matter. Usually, what people are arguing about on the internet. So upload the recording. There's analyzing meeting. Unlock transcription of meeting minutes. Cool. Oh, here's something I'm kind of confused about. When I'm saving sketches in the Arduino IDE, the sketch has to be saved in a folder. You know why? Or have I got some weird setting? What do you mean saved in a folder? Do I even have Arduino IDE installed? Somewhere, yeah, apparently I do. Like when I save a sketch, to save it, I have to name a folder for it to go in. I can't have any spaces, name can't be too long. Really annoying. I actually have my Arduino. I'll go grab it a sec. Of course, it's not as simple as just having the Arduino, because I also need to plug it in, which means I need a USB-C adapter and USB cable. Oh, actually, this cable I have is USB-C. That's clever. It is a dusty Arduino. I don't know if it says it's a genuino. Okay, I'm plugging it in. Yes. So what, you're going new sketch, and then I guess I didn't need to do that. I don't even know what I'm gonna do here. Can I do anything without anything actually plugged into the Arduino? Is there an LED I can make flash or something? Arduino default sketch. Make Arduino blink. It blinks the onboard LED. Just copy this code off the internet, you know. You can open defaults, it's in the ID. Yeah, okay, fine. I've got this now. So then just save it. So save. Blink LED. And then upload. Verify us first, I guess. Okay, fine. 9 bytes of dynamic memory, leaving 2039 local bytes. You put an underscore in the name. Did you try put spaces? I pretty much never put spaces in file names. I either use snake case, which is the underscore, or camel case, which is the capitalize the first letter of each word, or kebab case, which is the hyphen but instead of spaces. Like, what is all these names? Why am I grabbing? How do you type these things? Okay, fine. So kebab case is like, this is kebab case. This isn't very okay. Snake case. This is snake case. Camel case is this is camel case. What else is there? Can't think of any others. Kebab case, snake case, camel case. Like, what are all these different? Pascal case. Yeah, Pascal is kind of camel case, but the first letter is also capitalized, whereas in camel case the first letter isn't capitalized. What's the difference between the snake and the first one? The first one's using hyphens, whereas snake case is using underscore. So like, you still have a dash, like this is a dash hyphen, and that's the underscore. Snake's on the ground and kebab is just, I don't know, in the middle. It's not as bad as any of the UI design terms. And camel, you just put manually, put the capital, yeah. You don't often find file names camel cased, but you'll usually find variable names in certain languages camel cased. So No, crack that down. Like this is using snake case, but then the functions are all in camel case. So this is kind of what you'll notice with like pin mode and digital rate. They are using camel case. It would be Pascal case if the D was at capital at the beginning. Yeah, I had to pick that up. Didn't realise there were names, but there's names for everything. UI design terms are the worst because you've got the kebab menu, the bento box menu, menu, bento box, burger menu, meatballs menu. There's an image somewhere. UI design terms, menus, kebab, bento. I mean that's taken. That's not real. That's let's take that one. But yeah, hamburger, doner, bento, kebab, meatballs. There are more. There's a better image somewhere. Anyway, yeah. Did I even manage to get my thing to blink? Upload. Done uploading. Okay. I've not done any Arduino stuff in ages. Oh no, I've got a LED that's blinking on the board. Nice. I don't know if that's going to focus. It's a very dusty board. Yeah, it's... It was in the container. It's been in storage for at least a year. Almost a year. And then it was in the house where it was also in storage and not really being used, so... Probably 3-4 years old, that Arduino at least. Is there anything on here? There's the... Oh, that's the reset button. It would be cool to do a bit of a stream on just messing about with the Arduino. Does it have the serial monitor? I'd definitely watch him. We could do something like that. I might need to dust it off first and then set up a, I don't know, at least have a button or something so I can do stuff with it, or it would be cool to explore the serial communication bit. What other? Read analog voltage. I do have a box of like a bunch of stuff. Do I have? I have LEDs. I got a lot of random stuff. I don't think I've actually got a button though. Your box is bigger than mine. It's a big box. No. What is this though? I've got something. I don't know what it is. Don't know what this is, but it's blurry. Can't get it focus. Sorry, I've distracted you. It's fine. Oh, I do have some buttons. Fine, so I could maybe get something where there's a button. to send some sort of message. It's got 2 pins. It's black and it's got a got like a plastic casing on the top with a hole in the middle. And then some of them have a I only have a couple of them actually, so I don't know what they are. And I've got a variable potentiometer, and then yeah, this black thing though has also like a sticker label, remove seal after washing. I have no idea what it is. Yeah, I've got one of those. I have a whole bunch of these, which are, I don't know if that's going to focus very well. That focus is going in now. But they are ESP3288s, I think. Just have a little Wi-Fi chip on board. But I think to program them I need to have a separate device or something? I can't remember. It's been a while since I've played with any of this stuff. The piezo buzzer? Okay. Okay. Fine. I need a breadboard. I have got one. Yeah, so maybe at some point I'll do something with those. I don't know what, but oh, I see, yeah, it is. I kind of want to get the piezo buzzer working. I don't know why. Sam with the blink. I could make it. I could flash an LED to stuff that's going on Twitch or something, maybe. Like each chat message or something weird. Just plug into the pin 2, I think, that defaults for the onboard link. I'd have to, it wouldn't just be pin 2 though, would it? I'd have to go pin 2. May want a resistor though, yeah, true. Yeah. I thought 13 was the onboard link. Yeah, D13, the Uno. Then I'm going to play with it later, I think. We'll come back to it. Don't know, but that sounds a lot more cool. You know, what the pins are capable of is also stumping me a little bit. I found charts, but they're confusing. What do you mean? What they're capable of? What do we know? We know chart. As in, like, all of these different things they can do. Like, some of them are digital, some of them are analog, some of them are PWM. The like, I assume you know what the PWM stuff is. Don't know what This SCK Miso Mossy CS is the SPI stuff that I mentioned before. Like, you only really need those if you're doing some sort of like, those are the 4 lines to do the theory, like the communication between a bunch of chips. So certain things you have might use that type of communication if they're particularly advanced. You'd have to use those pins there for that. Maybe driving an LED or something display sometimes might use that to send data. So far I don't. SDA, SCL I think is similar. It's just a different type of communication bus, from what I remember. ADCI, I mentioned that's analog to digital converter or something. I don't know what the... I think I could do the LCD display through SPI, but at the moment I'm not. SDA, SCL, I can't remember what those two terms... Yeah, that's I2C. That's another way of... It's another like bus communication method. So there's I2C and SPI, if I remember correct. The Arduino Uno has a second microcontroller on board to handle USB to serial communications. This is the ICSP header for that microcontroller. I see. And this is the ICSP. So there's 2 ICSP headers. One for the USB serial communication. Pretty much never used those before, but maybe I can imagine they're useful for something at some point. That is a very there's a lot going on there. That's the chart I was looking at. Yeah, that one looks more confusing. I was like, what? Yeah. What was I? History. I was very lost. Yeah, it makes it look a lot more confusing. Pin function. I mean, half of you don't. I guess there's a lot more that's useful to know here. But there's also a lot you probably just don't need to worry about. I don't know what the pin function part is down here. And then some of them are interrupt pins. I remember there being something about that. I don't remember what though. What's the deal with the port power? Why is some of them red and some of them yellow? Power control. 2 bits of code I was trying to combine with trying to use pin 2 and 3, so I moved some of them and stuff started working. Like I moved them in the code as well. Pin 2 and 3. Yeah, maybe they are control pins or something. I looked at this to see what the issue was, not easy to figure out even with the key on the side. Yeah, the key is confused, like the colors are confusing because the yellow, is that control or is that just like port power? And what does the difference between the two mean if that's just port power? And this is power, so... And these are definitely power over here because obviously that's the ground. But why are these yellow and some of them red? Arduino Uno or power. I want to know. They just get more confusing. You doing exactly what I did. I'm confused. Okay, I'm like, what is this? Why is there like I? I didn't know you could do this with ChatGPT. It depends. I'm paying for it, so I don't know if it might be the ChatGPT 4. And GPT-4 also searches the web and stuff as well, if you ask it to, usually. And it can also write Python code and do other things as well. Yeah, use serial communication. You're doing it, you know, the pins are connected to USB serial converter. Fine, yeah, because that's the TX and RX, right? Pin 2 to 3 because they can use for external interrupts in 0 and 1. Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. I'm like, what? Why? Two and 3 are used for interrupts, and I don't really remember what the deal is with interrupts. What's the deal with interrupt pins? Interrupt a service routine when a specific event occurs. I'm using interrupt for the RPM sensor at the moment. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. You can basically say like, hey, like do this now. You can just get it to stop whatever it's doing and switch. Interrupt 0, which can be triggered in a change state, a falling edge transition from high to low, or a rising edge transition low to high. Pin 3 with the same options. Okay. When the interrupt pin is triggered, the microcontroller stops doing whatever it's currently doing, pauses the main program, executes the ISR, and then resumes the main program. It allows for real-time processing of critical events, which is so important for time-sensitive tasks. So you could have your loop doing whatever it's doing, and then if you pressed a button, you could say, hey, do the thing I want you to do right now. And then I guess you have, and you show me what this might look like in some code. Like, how do I define the ISR? What is ISR? Interrupt service routine. I guess it's like a function. Attach interrupt, digital pin to interrupt, handle interrupt. So when you're setting up, you basically say a bunch of stuff. Print the counter to 0, no interrupts. I'm not sure what this bit's about. Oh, it's because we're accessing the data that could get interrupted. So this is turning off interruption, and then that's turning back on interruptions. And then it will print that value that's been saved in. Not, but in my case, it's a Hall effect. You probably don't want your Hall effect sensor to be interrupting the main loop all the time. I was thinking that as you were saying it. I was like, yeah, that sounds very like it's stop start. This makes sense though. This looks like basically you set the pin mode, say okay, pin 2 is going to be our interrupt pin. It's pull up, so when the power goes up or down, whichever way around it goes. Because 20k RPM, that's a lot of stop starts. Unless you've written your code like this anyway, it's not going to be doing that. It's just probably going to be using it as a regular pin. You actually, I think, have to attach the interrupt, and then you basically say, okay, like this is the pin that I'm going to use to interrupt, and here's the function that I've defined to handle the interrupt, and whether it's going to call it on the pin changing from low to high. I think otherwise you can just use that pin as a regular pin. It just has the ability to also be the interrupt pin if you decide to use it for that. I think that's the thing with a lot of those pins, like they have these features, but it doesn't mean that you have to use them for that purpose. They are also just ports that you can use. Fine, so there's like the pin numbers make sense. The port pins have their labels, fine. These ones are the serial, same as the sock miso mossy SS. That's an interrupt pin. The purple ones say pin function. The white box is just the in. I imagine that's like just a way of referring to that specific pin in code in a few places. What about the... I still don't understand why these ones are yellow and why those ones are red. And there's some yellow, and then the ground obviously is just the ground. But the LCD uses 6 connections, and is what I tried to move. That's a lot of connections. I'll be able to change the whole thing right now. I need to try a few more things. I don't know. LCD Reno. Yeah, I imagine it looks something like that then. I burnt the backlight out on the LCD, so I stopped with it. Fair enough. Be able to display example. Tail input, spoke mostly. Good enough. Cool. So I was moving pin 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 10, 9, 4, 5. That tutorial just then said 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm surprised if 2, 3, 4, 5 didn't work, unless there was an issue with one of those pins specifically. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not worrying. No worries. 2, 3, 4, 5 did work, but I was using 2 and 3 and I wanted to shuffle. Oh, fair enough. I kind of wish I had access to the box. Like, if I could render the box, then I could render whatever in it. But the box is in the meeting show, I believe. Because it's here. It's got a bunch of other stuff in it. Yeah, there's the border. I guess it kind of does all work. I just really need to add overflow hidden to it. Just to make sure that the corners get rounded off in the edges there. Yep. And then analyzer. Analysis loader. Move if I'd ever. I wonder if I can do offset color and then do like var color porcelain 400 without having to set it in there. No, I can't. That does not work. SVG offset gradient. Gradients in SVG. Oh, it's stock color. I keep doing offset color, but it's not in stock color. Okay, that does kind of work. So I don't need to actually do the class. No point doing the class. Yeah, this is going to be best. Or sell in 200. Delete 6J. Refresh still looks fine. S dot parallax. Base with nothing. Plus G. Well, I don't know where that came from. S, we'll swap the U's out for an ampersand. Oh, don't mean to do that. 20J S, swap the U's, and then flash ampersand. Slash G. Cool. Now that should still work. Yeah. Waves. That needs an ID because it's there. There we go. Not sure about this height being fixed to like 15 VH. That seems a little odd. Ah, gooey. Fuel invoice. How much for 12,000 litres of fuel? Okay. Okay. Just okay. I shall pin that email and deal with it later. Anyway, wave gradient, wave gradient, and wave shape. I think is what I'm going to do. I don't call it wave. Yes, gentle wave is going to become wave shape, and then oh yeah, I should have changed that one as well. Wave shape. So now we have wave gradient and wave shape. Okay, and then I don't know what I'm doing it like that for. Delete, and then this is called analysis loader, so we'll go find blocks, create a new file, analysis loader.css. I also feel like this should be analysis loader move forever. And then that still loads fine. Interesting. Do they now have the new CSS? Are we caching the old one? Still the old one. There we go. That's now using the new one. Analysis loader, use end of child for all the styles are applying and they're in the right place. That doesn't look too bad. Looks alright. H2. I think this is also H2. Yeah, good. Because then this will be the H1. Yeah. Cool, and then recording, right? Recording underscore recording. Get rid of this false. Delete 2R. Save that. If I change the recording, I can upload a new one. Hello Qt part, create the recording, analyzes it, unlocks it. I'm like, actually, crap, that was the wrong recording. Analyzes it again, unlocks it. Oh, gives me the chance to unlock it. Cool, I'm happy with that. Let's see what else is going on in here. That was the CSS I just added. That was the new template. That was that. That was that. Sweet. Improve analysis loading. Really. Cool, and then once you've paid, you end up with a screen that looks Well, let's change. We can do this one. Is that the right one? Well, once you page, you get a screen that looks like this. Well, no, actually, at the moment, I think what you get is, so if we upload the Hello Cutie Pie, analyze, check out, get our payment receipt. Now we have a button that says generate transcription. And then this is unlocked, but it doesn't go anywhere. I guess now what we're kind of doing is we need to, like, we can't take you to the transcription because one, it hasn't been created. We could start creating the transcription immediately. Probably makes more sense. We can, as soon as we have payment, we can do that. There's actually a other state, which is the pending processing payment state. So many states. I kind of want to just, you know, map out the states a little bit. So I'm just gonna jump in Figma and we'll go, we're on app, so yeah, we'll do this, but let's maybe try and grab some screenshots. So if I go, I want to kind of some screenshots of the flow so far. Actually, I'll get my meeting. We'll do 07/02/2024 at 12 o'clock. It's already been. I've just had the meeting, you know, this morning. I haven't, but you know. So let's grab a screenshot of this and then drag and pop that there. Okay. Where the hell? Okay, that's what that looks like. I create the meeting. Missed it. Should have been quicker. Okay, we're going to change it. We're going to upload. And then as soon as we click create recording. Oh, bloody misclick the mouse. I hate using the mouse now. Okay, we're going to try again. Problem is I need to do the keyboard shortcut. I need to use the keyboard and the mouse very quickly, one after the other. I could just turn it on again, it's that force thing, but... Okay, there we go. Oh, that was a... Okay. Then you check out. I actually don't want to check out that one because, you know, I actually only want the Hello Cutie Pie audio. No, so that goes in here at this step. And then there's this email. Sure, we'll map all of this stuff out. Email. And then we're here. And then let's just kind of jump down to this one. There's like a thing in the middle here which we need to figure out. We need, like, this puts a bit of a gap in the flow. That generate transcription button's interesting because actually you should also see the recording here. I started doing this in Miro. I actually want started doing Figma. I actually want to move it to Miro. I'm actually going to just, you know, move this over here a second and sort something out. Unlock with biometrics. Yes, please. Like, that's normally how I log in. You know, I normally have it unlocked with biometric. Unlocked with PIN. Code unlocking. Anyway, I bring them back now. So let's see. Can I... First, I normally have a setting somewhere. Where is it? How do you change the show grid? I don't want to see the grid. Okay. Now can I select all of these from Figma and bring them in here? Paste this by using upload or the command V. Tried doing command V, doesn't like it. I don't want to have to, you know, I mean, I could just export all of these maybe. Export 7 layers. I mean, these have also just been dumped on my dashboard somewhere, right, on my desktop. Bob. Kind of, but kind of not. There's only two. Why is there only two? Where's the rest? You know? Fine. We'll export here because then they'll just save somewhere that's easily accessible. And I'm going to find some song to put on. Yes. Okay. Drag drop. Beautiful. And then we can bring that one back. Cool. And then that can go up there somewhere. Okay. And now I've got these. The reason I wanted to bring them in here is just because I can draw lines now between them. And I like drawing lines between things. That's the wrong order. We're missing something. Where are we missing? This and this are the wrong way round. So you create your meeting with your recording, you go there, right? And then once you analyze the recording, you get to pay. And once you pay, you go to the checkout. And once you've gone to the checkout and submitted it, then you get a email. But you also go here, right? And then once you're there, once you've done that, you go there. I've got a post-it note to myself, and we'll just say need to decide on what this need a state here for generating transcription process pending. Get another loading screen of some sort. This should show the recording you have uploaded. Maybe we should also render the recording here. You know, like maybe that's something we should have done. Then you can still listen to it while we analyze it. Like give you another chance to delete it at this point. Problem is this also happens so quick. It's like if you started listening to it here and then suddenly it's removed and replaced and it's now here, but it's a different one, like that probably. Might be too quick. Yeah. Need some sort of place to trigger generation of minutes. And then the minutes generation ends up looking something like this, right? Okay. There's also another flow where you didn't upload a meeting, right? So if you deleted the meeting or you didn't ever actually upload it, like let's just say this one, there's this screen here. My meet. It should go here. So you might end up going like that through the application. And then we'll add like didn't upload. Didn't upload our recording. Uploaded our recording. Depending on which way you go. Which way you go depends on whether you uploaded a recording or not. I'm going to go through the flow here. We also have, like, we've not taken a screenshot of this page. Not like that, like that. Need to build an empty state screen to prompt new meeting. Meeting's empty or something. Now, receipt. Credit. I don't know, I need to think about how that flow works at some point. At the moment we're tracking, like, one of the things that I'm uncomfortable with at the moment is like some of the states are a little bit odd, like these buttons especially at the bottom, like on here, this is wrong at the moment. It says edit transcription. We haven't even generated a transcription yet, so actually it's generate transcription, not edit. And it says pay to start transcription, but actually we've already paid. So like the text is wrong here and it's wrong here in two different ways. Cheeky little flow path. Hey Bish, how's it going? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like some of the states, some of the flows. Trying to pull it all together a little bit more now that we've got screens kind of coming together. And also notes to myself as well as I'm going through the flow. Like, there's work that needs to be done in a few places. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, see what you're saying about the action button. Yep. Yeah, all going well, thank you. I can feel the need to procrastinate today is strong. I'm just a bit lower motivation to go through some of this stuff today. I don't know why. Guessing it's capturing all the different states and knowing when to trigger each of them. Yeah, it's... I guess I have these, like... I've just not designed the states very well of all of the different things at the moment. So perhaps we could just annotate the different states quickly. And really it's of the, like... Maybe just grab like a purple post-it and just do no recording, meeting, recording. So there's meeting that are recording, but also meeting date in future. Like that's kind of a state here that matters. As in theory is one big state. In theory is one big state with elements inside changing, updating rather than full state changes. Yeah, kind of. There's just lots of little variables, right, that maybe adjust, and I just need to decide which ones affect what and how. So with this screen, there's probably something about the date being in the future. I actually think I'm going to redesign the header up here at some point. Is this a monolith? If yeah, it's a monolith. Hey Alvi, how's it going? Yes, yeah, it's a Ruby on Rails monolith application. Good. I've done a lot of microservices over the years. Does Ruby on Rails use full CPUs or single like Node.js? I don't know. It's a good question. I think it's single like Node.js. I mean, it's really what the depends. I think Pumas forks off different processes, but I don't know how it's threaded. Do you like microservice? I think it has a place. Its place is... I have this thing with a lot of tech that a lot of the tech industry is following the standards set by big tech, like Google and Facebook, Netflix, and all of those companies that have monstrous demands of what they need for their tech, and most people don't have those needs. And for the stuff that I'm building just on my own, I don't need to add all of the complexity that comes with... There's a value trade-off that you're making with those services. So I like them, but just for the stuff that I build, I don't use them. You used any message queues? Yeah, I've used a lot of message queues. I've done a lot of event-driven microservices, but then also like I have like action job in Rails, which is like I can put stuff in a queue in Rails. Like there are certain times when I want to do jobs asynchronously in the background, and I can use message queue for that. But I've also worked on microservices where, yeah, using Redis. Yeah, it uses Redis. Although there's also Solid. Actually, I'm using SolidQ now, which actually uses its database, its Postgres back. I'm still using Redis because I have some stuff real time. I like RabbitMQ. I've done some stuff with RabbitMQ. It's been a long time since I've done any RabbitMQ stuff, but yeah. Myro's good. I love Myro. I go through phases on Myro, to be fair. I either use Myro or I use OmniGraffle. But OmniGraffle is a Mac app that I've just had for a very long time. I use OmniGraffle if I'm offline, and I'm very rarely offline. It's very similar, but Mac only, yeah. OmniGraffle is like a Mac only application. It's not a web-based app. And I've just had it for years. It's what I used before using Myro. But you can see over here, I've got loads of stuff going on in Myro. Did you do any serverless backend before? Yep. I've done a lot of Lambda. I've done a lot of random stuff over the years. I'm trying to think, like, I was doing a lot of microservice stuff before microservices became really popular. So I was using like Docker before any of the, what's it called? Kubernetes. What are your thoughts, suggestion of database to use doing serverless? I feel like serverless databases are quite fresh. I've not really used any serverless databases. I mostly was just using, like, whenever I've done serverless, it's been in AWS, and I was using just RDS and stuff. Although I think they have a serverless version of that now. Is it Planet Scale? Are they serverless? Like, I don't. Oh yeah. I keep seeing stuff about Planet Scale pop up. I have no idea whether it's any good. Or like whether that counts as a serverless offering, but I'm just avoiding it all now because I'm just doing stuff on I'm doing a lot of my own projects, and all of those things, like databases especially, just cost so much money to run, and most of my projects aren't that don't have that high demands right now. So I just run everything on Hatchbox. Is what I use to deploy my apps. If I can find it, it's hatchbox.io. I have a different web browser at the moment, so I can't find it. AWS is normally expensive. I feel like for side project, yeah, it is. My setup at the moment for like hosting is Hatchbox manages the server, and then I just use a node on DigitalOcean. My current setup. And this gives me full CI/CD. So as I'm just Hatchbox. Hatchbox isn't hosting the database. It just sets a machine up. So like on my nodes, you can go in here and create a database in DigitalOcean, and it will create it in DigitalOcean or AWS or whatever you want. But these are actually just running on a regular machine. Hatchbox only for Rails, or can use Node.js. It's really designed for Rails, but you can. I think you can just basically run whatever you want. So when I go in here, you pay price per server. So I've got a cluster here, which is my DigitalOcean cluster. It's got one server in it. I pay I think it's $10 a month per server, and on that server I can run a bunch of apps. And when you go into apps, you go new app and you give it a name, Damp Thunder, sure, whatever. You can then go into processes. You have to deploy it. I don't know what happens if I deploy without anything. CI/CD automatic. Yep. So here I just tick this box and it will set up the webhooks with GitHub to automatically deploy whenever I push. So like this is my, like, I guess I don't necessarily have CI, I have CD. $10, how much CPU and RAM, whatever. I mean, you're paying for the CPU and RAM separate. So like it's $10 plus the cost of a node in DigitalOcean. Or actually, to be fair, you create a new cluster. You can give it an SSH key. You can use whatever provider you want with Hatchbox. They don't have, they're not actually hosting it. They're giving you an admin panel to do the deployment and server management. They manage the server for you, I guess, but you can have the server wherever you want. You can have a Raspberry Pi in your bedroom or whatever, and as long as it can connect to this, you can Hatchbox can manage it for you at the cost of $10 per server. So you can go custom and create cluster and add a server, and then you give it your public and private IP address and stuff. Bold Wireflower. Hetzner seems cool, but I couldn't create an account. I keep seeing stuff about Hetzner. It seems a little bit cheaper, but it's just not cheap enough to warrant moving, and I'm just can't be bothered. So I can buy, if I buy a VPS, I can use this to automate it. Yeah, pretty much. You again, it's mostly designed for Rails, but you can run whatever you want, like this Damp Thunder. It probably makes more sense if I find no, I'm in a mood to get a little bit distracted, so let's do something quickly. Let's go Control B to Control B S. Control B new S. LS CD Z development. It's not what I wanted, but sure. CD temp make directory my node service. CD my node service. npm init. Express.js. Is it Express or is it Express.js? I never really remember. I've not done any node in a while. It's fixed $10 a month, or depending on how much it's fixed per server. So the Hatchbox cost is $10 per server per month. You can have as many apps as you want on that server. You can have as many team members. You can. It's a 14-day free trial. And try it out. I mean, it sounds like an ad, but I just quite like their service. Express.js got ripped by Indians. Check their GitHub closed PRs. Doesn't sound good. Nvim. Index.js. Const Express. This is a test to see. Fortunately, I think Copilot might have my back. Console log. Let's put it on 80 just so I don't have to worry about port. Process.m.port or 3000. What's happening here? This is spam. I will close it. Okay. I mean, is like someone just putting their name? Like what is this? I actually haven't. I saw something online about like GitHub spam, but I had no idea this is what it was. What? It's time to stop, okay? Oh dear, what on earth? Let's do servers running. There's a lot of errors going on here. What is going on? I don't need that, but it does. Copilot did not have my back here. Like, what? It's declared, but I can't. I guess I don't need it. I guess I could do underscore. Yeah, is that what it wants? Fine. Node index, server's running. So then if I went like localhost, 3000 because I didn't actually set a thing. Oh, but not 3000 because that's the one that I have thingy running on. 8080. Node index. Hello world. Fine. There's our service. Let's say I in Node.js. Fine. Hello world in Node.js. Cool. Okay. Fine. And then let's just, how do I create repo up here? My node service, I don't know, whatever's private, create repository. I just copy all of that and just paste all that in. I kind of wanted to also git add all of this stuff, git commit project, git reset head. I didn't want to. No, what's the backtick about? Control C. 1. I need to git ignore file. There we go. We push that up. That's in there now. This is my node service. We're gonna find our apps. This one. Oh, it's gone. Don't need that. My node service. Click create. Then we'll go Josh and Brown. That'll be Josh and Brown / my node service. Save changes. What's going to happen if I click deploy? I have no idea. Set environment variables. There is some stuff. Port is set, so that's the port it's expecting to listen to. So that's why I set my environment variable to port. It's automatically assigned. I should have my app subscribed to that, which I've done. That's why I grabbed that port there. The other environment variables are obviously for Rails. You could just remove them. We don't need them. They're not actually relevant to us. Save changes. And as you'll see down here, it's like doing stuff on the server. So it's connecting in via SSH and updating the environment variables and doing whatever it needs to do. If I click deploy, it should notice, I mean, it might pick up. I don't know. You have deployment error, properties environment, nil is not a string. Deploying to Olympus, what's it doing down here? It's noticed it knows there's a package JSON file, so it's gonna install the things. It also does some stuff with Ruby, which I'm like, sure, okay, like it doesn't need to because this isn't gonna run Ruby. And then we wait while it does whatever it's doing. I actually don't know what it's doing right now. Stop auto scrolling. Let me scroll. There we go. What are you doing? it's updating Ruby or something. Fine. I think it just does this once. Because this is the first deploy, it's just setting all of the plugins up and stuff for this project, I think. You can set a domain up, it will handle the SSL. We can add database if we needed to. Maybe I'll add a quick Redis or something, I don't know. Has it deployed yet? Is there any chance of server getting down? It sets it up with it's not actually Docker. It's not it doesn't really use Docker, which I wish it did. But it sets it up with systemd or something, I think, so it should restart the service if it fails. I'm not entirely sure on that. It's a good, maybe we could try that and see what happens. It says command failed because there's obviously no gem file. It says deploy completed processes. There's no processes, right? Like it's deployed, but there's no processes. So we need to tell it now. Like normally it would have just detected this was Rails and would have set up a process for us. We're going to say we've got a web server, so we give it a role. That tells it what servers it can run on for this application. Or you can specify a specific server. We're just going to say this is a web app. The process name is going to be Node.js Express or something. And then we can do node index. There's a reload command if we need to, or a stop command. Restart the process on every deploy. Create process. Contain, fine, Node.js Express. And then we can view the logs from that. And then it should. It is enabled. Cannot find module express. Okay, fine. It didn't install. So now that's the other part we need to figure out. Let's just go into, is it dashboard and edit? So custom build script, npm install. So you can just specify the custom build script here. So there's a bit more work you have to do. It would have done bundle install. We're going to actually do npm install. Like maybe we just echo build complete or something. I don't know. Update app. Maybe deploy again. It gives a deployed URL. Yeah, it'll have a random URL. So at some point somewhere, I mean, there's domains and SSL. So you can see here you can access your app on this URL. So it's got this random hatchbox app.com and it says application error right now. We can also just specify a domain in here. So at some point I can just go in and once I point my server at, once I point my domain or a domain at my server, then it'll pick that up. Deployment completed. Did it do what it's supposed to? It did the npm install. Custom build script. Added 63 packages. If I refresh this now, hello world Node.js. Take care of DDoS protection or no? No, it doesn't take care of DDoS protection. But the other part of my stack is Cloudflare, which I probably should just handle quickly off screen and log in and make sure there's nothing I shouldn't show. I love Cloudflare. Yeah, Cloudflare is great. And I buy all my domains through Cloudflare now. They give you the cheapest prices you can get because they just give you the registry price for your domain. Like the DNS is great and the protection you get from using them also great. So yeah, I go in here, go Node.js, the IPv4. Well, you go in domains and SSL. I go, okay, I want nodejs.juice.com. So here's my IP address I point to. Obviously, like, you wouldn't necessarily want to show that IP address if you were trying to make sure that you're getting DDoS protection, but you would then proxy, so it's not revealing the IP address. And then, yeah. And then I can go to nodejs.juice.com. And then we're on there. That's all I needed to do. Now I can go into repository. I can enable automatic deploys. Hatchbox can auto scale like Docker or KAS. No, there's no auto scaling. But I also just don't have the need to worry about auto scaling right now. At some point, if I needed to, then most people don't need auto scaling. You can run it on multiple servers. Like, you can have this process. You can spin up multiple servers and say, I want like 20 of these or whatever. I believe that's what you can do. And you can set up load balancers and you can do all of that. I just haven't, because I don't need it. Yeah, and if I need a database, I can click one of these buttons and I'll spin it up. There we go, I've got Postgres. That will then, in the environment, I'll now have a database URL that I can connect to. You can set cron job up. Yeah, I could go in here and I could maybe, I don't know, what's a good Postgres, Node.js. Problem is now I'd have to create the database and all of that. Not create the database, create a table. Can't be bothered. DigitalOcean has an app platform, seems similar. Yeah, it probably does. I think what's I logged in? Do I not have that just set up? I do, it just didn't for some reason work. Let's check that out. What do they have? So they have build for static sites. Again, like static sites, I just use Cloudflare. Like, I just write the HTML or whatever and just throw it up in Cloudflare and it pretty much does the job. $3 a month per additional site, free sites. It's free on Cloudflare. Yeah. We detect what app you need to run and we build and deploy containers, static sites, functions for you. Yeah. I guess this is essentially the same, but it's very similar, isn't it? Guess we could have done... Kind of cool that the GitHub container registry and stuff. Manage access. Should have access now. Don't know why the save button was grayed out before. Loading repositories, Node.js, my Node app, Node service, whatever it was. Auto deploy. Stuff like this used to be so much more difficult. I want it on this. The problem here is possibly that this is going to run on its own container, maybe. I don't like, where is this running? Like, what's the, it says it's using 1 GB RAM, 1 vCPU times 2, $12 a month per container, basic, running on a VM probably. Yeah, what I'm curious about is whether I can run multiple apps on this same $5 a month VM. If you can, then it's very similar to Hatchbox. Maybe even maybe there's some pros to it. I imagine that they're going to can't run multiple. And that's the thing, like all of these services like this and like what's the other ones that I've checked out? I mean, even Heroku that used to be good, but like fly.io, the prices just ramp up as soon as you have like 3 or 4 different apps that you want to run. Whereas I've thrown my Node.js service up here, and there's no cost in the top of what I'm already paying for, which is a server. And yeah, O of n squared. Seems price goes up. Yeah, it's not far off. Like, you add your database, you add Redis, and suddenly it's like, okay, well, you need a separate database server and a separate Redis server for every single app that you build. Like, if you only build one app, maybe it's okay. But if you're someone who's just like spinning side projects out the side and working on various different things, it becomes very costly. Heroku used to be the best option because it just gave you a nice simple developer experience, and the databases you could usually run a free version of, and you could usually sit within the free tier and it would spin up the machine and close the machine down when it wasn't active and stuff. And you could pay a small amount of money if you wanted to have SSL certificate. So if Hatchbox, you can deploy as many apps as you want, just buying one private VPS from other hosts. Yep. And I'm on the cheap one at the moment, but if I need more power on that one VPS, I can increase the power. I have debated sometimes just hosting the server locally on my own, like, you didn't know about Hatchbox. I think because Hatchbox is very much in this like Rails ecosystem, the guy who built Hatchbox also made Go Rails, which is like an educational video thing around Rails. So it just doesn't get seen as much. And sometimes I debate the value, but actually for the low cost of what it is. And then when I need to update the servers, I guess that's the other part as well. Like, what I do is I just go in here. And I think there is some downtime because obviously I've not got multiple servers running the app, so there is downtime. But if I click here and click configure, and also because I'm running Postgres and Redis, those services are going to restart. So my setup at the moment isn't a highly available distributed setup, but I can click in here and this will probably go down at some point. It will say it can't reach it or whatever. But this will update the system and run any patches and stuff. So I just come in here, click configure, and sync it once a month or so. At the moment that's working, but at app.musterminutes.com probably be down. Yeah, see now it says web server down. And now it's back up. But hey, it's fine. I set this script on there as well because I needed FFmpeg to be able to do the audio processing, and so it just has some scripts that you can just run and it will run it on the server for you. You can just be like, oh, do I want to run it as root or deploy? Well, I just needed to install this, so I just wrote a little bash script to run on the servers. Yeah. Maybe I can script a full KS and put it in there. It might work. It would be interesting. That would be interesting. Like, I don't know what. I guess you could. Like, I mean, I'm trying to figure out why you couldn't do that. I just don't know what you could probably do it. I don't know what the value in it would be. I mean, if I go to apps and go onto this, like, and edit on the app, you can customize the pre-build script, the custom build script, post build script, post deploy script. So you could probably, you know, do all of that sort of stuff. The processes as well, like, you can run your own process here, so maybe you could call stuff. Yeah, I don't know why you would, what value you'd get from it. Lightweight Kubernetes. That's an oxymoron, isn't it? That's those two words don't sound like they fit together. This won't take long. Oh dear, this is my thing with Kubernetes. I like, what is this? Like, there was a quote, and I used to use it quite a bit. When easy stuff, it's easy, makes perfect sense. There was a stat that I remember. I don't remember exactly, but it was about Google and about how many containers they deploy, like, per day, and it was like thousands, tens of thousands maybe. Google containers deployed per day, like billions of containers a week. Like, that's where you need Kubernetes. I'm really surprised at how Kubernetes just absorbed into the industry so much. It still baffles me. But I was doing stuff with Rancher and Docker before Rancher switched over to Kubernetes. Like, Rancher used to just work with Docker Swarm, good old days. Rancher made K3S. Okay. Oh yeah, I see. Originally developed by Rancher. That's cool. I prefer Rancher when it was Docker Swarm. You know, I think before Docker Swarm we used to use Docker. I used Docker a little bit. Is that still going? An open source PaaS alternative to Heroku. Still going, you know. Chugging away. Docker seems interesting. Can you tell me what it does? It's a platform as a service. Oh, I just read that there. It just runs your Docker containers, basically. It's been a long time since I've touched Docker. We're talking like 10 years. Or has it really been 10 years? Yeah, almost 10 years since I've done anything with Docker. So I don't know what Docker's doing these days. But it's the same old stuff. You can create an app, you can deploy the app, and it runs them. It's a Docker container manager. There's just so many Docker container managers, you know. The other one that I want to check out at some point is what's it called? It used to be Maersk, but like that. But then it changed name. Kamal. Yeah, that was it. Because I find even Doku at this point probably is a bit too much. Install Doku. Set the domains up. Deploy to Doku. How was it? Doku was basically like your own open source version of Heroku. Like it very closely matches a lot of the stuff that Heroku does. And I think you can just git push to it and it will build the container and then deploy it. Yeah, you just have git push Doku. Doku doesn't have monthly plans. Seems like $900 for a lifetime plan only. It's open source, unless there's like a pro version now, which maybe has gone the way of the most like Doku Pro. Manage your servers with best-in-class developer experience. 849 for life. I'm getting a $50 discount on you, but I don't know why. But anyway. I imagine this is just an interface for it. So like you pay for this GUI, this web app interface, but you can use the rest for free as a CLI tool. I imagine is what they're doing. Docker apps create. Yeah, so you install Docker on a server, you SSH in, create your app, and then you can then deploy it with like Docker. This is the same video. What is it? So Docker is open source, yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's open source. And if you need something that's not in the open source version, you can get the pro version, which is what everyone does these days. Which is their own pro version of things. Build pack, yeah, this is definitely like Heroku. And then the proc file, yep. Deploy web count equals 1, yep. And then scale, you can scale it up as like to how many dynos, I guess, would have been the term you'd use, but processes. Customize your PaaS using plugins. Yeah, Docker is quite cool. And then Kamal is the other thing that's probably quite interesting. Time to copy Docker and start selling managed hosting service. You could really. I mean, maybe it's in the license you can't. I don't know. Be interesting to see whether you could or you couldn't, but can't see why you wouldn't be able to, apart from maybe licensing. I mean, there's still probably quite a lot of work to put a GUI around what Docker is doing. Command is even more basic bare bones, but actually gets you a lot of the way in regards to zero downtime deployments, which is the one thing I don't have right now. I guess it is I think what I have at the moment is zero downtime on the deployment. It's not when I patch the server though. But this is just with Docker. This is built by the guy who wrote Rails, or the team, I suppose, the people involved with Rails, but it just uses Docker more natively. So you just have this deploy YAML file, and it will do all of the things. I think you just give it a server VPS you connect to. You give it an IP address or something, yeah, and then it will go to those servers and make sure everything's set up on those servers to run this. Yeah, pretty hard stuff automated. Running rollback to fix a bad deployment. Rebooting traffic. What do you think of eGUIS RS? I don't know, I haven't seen that before. What is this? And hey, Anil, hope you're having a good day. Not seen you around before. What is this? Is this a eGUI is an immediate mode GUI library written in Rust that runs on, I'm guessing this uses WASM or something like that to run Rust code in the browser. Because this isn't a there is no DOM, HTML, JS or CSS, just Rust. GUI library on WASM WGPU. It's quite cool. I've never seen this before. Never played with it. I haven't played with any WASM stuff. I really feel like I should at some point. Don't know what's going on there. Font book. This is cool. I like it. But yeah. I just don't know what I would do with it at this point. Like, it's not a very impressive demo, but it shows you can embed 3D inside eGUI. Seems cool. I don't understand how the rotating works. Like, if I move my mouth left and right, it kind of shrinks and grows. Oh, it rotates that way. But up and down, it's just left and right. I can just move the triangle. I can rotate the triangle on that axis, right? I've done I haven't touched Rust at all, really. What else did I say on demos? Plot. pan by dragging shift, scroll, horizontal, zoom, reset, right click to zoom in. Okay. Right click to zoom in and out with a selection. Don't know how you zoom out. My node service. Don't need this. We'll destroy it. And then we'll refresh and it will go. And it says pending. Clear itself up and it will be tidier. What else did we have? We had what did I create? I created some stuff. GitHub. GitHub. Might as well just delete this because there's no point having it around. To delete this, I understand all of the effects of deleting my node service repository. I have unread notifications. What's going on there? Oh. Fixed chunks report. You still have to prefix the model name when using the form helper, but you don't have to add the hotwire combo suffix anymore. If I recall correctly, if you prefix the model name even when using the built-in form, anyway, this should now behave like other form builders. Please do let me know. What did he change? Let's see. Canonical ID is that, and then yes, yeah, okay, cool. So now this should just match the ID of whatever the... Seems cool, you contributed to Rails. No, this is a combo box. So this person created a combo box, literally released it yesterday. It's like a beta, but it uses Hotwire and stuff. Actually, the docs site shows it pretty well. You can go in here and it's autocomplete. So you can go 2001 Space Odyssey or like Aladdin, kind of autocomplete YouTube style, or you can have basic combo box. So you just want to go. Do they not have all of the? Okay, it's only those ones, but Florida, right? Or Michigan, like kind of combo box style. It also supports asynchronous loading, so it just has those ones. Florida, again, same thing, but asynchronous. You can also render different kind of icons and states and stuff. That has a mobile version as well, so if you click on it, kind of responsive. Pre-filled, free text as well, so if you wanted to some other thing, I would submit it. Then you can style it as well. It comes without styles. It's actually a really solid piece of work. It's really nice. The issue that I spotted with it was this one, and I just raised it today, which was typically you're going to use a label with any kind of input, and the way it was set up was that the combo box is formed of like a text input, some other links and stuff that you're clicking, like other buttons, and a hidden input. And the hidden input was given the ID that the label is looking for. And so I was just raising this issue to say, hey, like the ID probably needs to match the other way around. Is React with Rails very rare? People just use views. It's actually quite common. It's not been until recently, like the last year or two, so semi-recently, but obviously there's a lot of legacy projects that are still using it. A lot of them are using React with Rails, a lot of them are using maybe even Svelte or like Vue rather for Rails. But now there is Hotwire, which actually you don't need Rails to use. Hotwire is just these 3 different libraries. The core of it is Turbo. Turbo is very much like HTMX. And then Stimulus, someone shared something similar recently, but Stimulus is just to allow you to add sprinkles of JavaScript. And so I guess like this site that I'm working on at the moment is a good example of some of this, where I won't do it on this one, but if I grab this one, when I go in here and upload an audio file, it says it's analyzing and then it refreshes. When it's finished analyzing, all that I need to do to make that work is, if I go into my code, the only thing we have is on the meeting show page, we have this turbo stream from meeting tag at the top of the page. And then the meeting model also has a broadcast refreshes. So anytime the meeting updates, it will broadcast a refresh over WebSockets and tell Turbo to refresh the page. And so in the background, we'd go, in fact, if I delete this, I can find the network. Should be able to find WebSocket somewhere. Where's the... One of these will be a WebSocket. There we go. Messages. So you can see here there's a WebSocket active on the page. So I go in here, I upload my audio file, I click create, and then down here there's a couple of things that just happened. One of them was, hey, send in Turbo stream action refresh. Are you like a tech lead on Rails? Nope. I'm just building some of my own stuff and I enjoy using Rails. I don't associate with job titles. I don't have a job right now, but my official job title at my last job was VP of Product. So I've done a lot of product management. A lot of product management, a lot of front-end engineering. Before that, kind of, I do a bit of everything. Rails seems hard to you for some reason. It's different to a lot of the standard conventions, maybe. It's also VP is higher than senior. Yeah, usually it would go. It varies from company to company, and also the size of company. It's really hard to tell you that like it's higher or like. I really hate titles. They are a pain. VP in one company is maybe a senior in another. VP at the company I was in, I don't know, senior at Apple or something. I don't know. I have no idea. Like it's just not. You can be CEO. I can call myself CEO of my own company, and it's like, well, it's like, but the company doesn't make any money and doesn't have an employee. So, like, what does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. They're just boxes we paint ourselves into pointlessly. So I don't like the levels, and I don't like the department type, like design, development, product, like. It doesn't matter. It matters at a certain point, at a certain size, sure. But... Okay, cool. That's updated. I have another project which I will look at. I've got really distracted today. I kind of sidetracking because I just can't be bothered to do the thing that I need to do right now. Which is fine. Sometimes that's okay. Sometimes it's good just to hang out and procrastinate a little bit. Do a lot of SQL and database modeling. I'm not like with Rails. I'm not really touching the SQL directly too much. I've done some stuff with SQL. I've also done I've done a lot of Mongo and NoSQL. I've done a lot of SQL, and then I went into doing a lot of Mongo. Then I did into doing a lot of serverless stuff in AWS. So I used DynamoDB, and now I'm back to SQL and Postgres and stuff like that. But I'm using Rails, so most of my database modeling is kind of I'm thinking about the database modeling. But I'm kind of also just leveraging a lot of what Rails is giving me when I'm doing that. It's kind of the stuff here in this model, right? I mean, this project here that I was working on, or I've been working on, this was my really crude database structure. Database index to improve performance. What do you think? Yes? I don't, yeah. I'm not typically, because the kind of work that I do is a lot more product orientated. I'm just not really on that performance curve of trying to seek out performance. Quite happy to jump in and do some performance work from time to time. And obviously database indexes definitely help improve that, but it's not typically the sort of thing that I'm getting involved with or having to worry about at the point that I get involved. So I make sure that I have indexes on the things that I'm querying. But also a lot of the things I'm building are just super simple basic. Like I have this meeting ID here, which is like a public ID, nano ID, but this also has, it won't work, but it has the regular auto incrementing IDs as well. But I have an ID on the public ID column, an index on that public ID column. I somehow just managed to miraculously find myself to a meeting that was deleted. Oh, I deleted it today. Never mind. Yeah, and then Rails is also taking care of a lot of that stuff for me as well. Like I'm not worrying about too much about what the indexes are, because most of the time I'm creating migrations like this. And so whenever I need to change the database, I create a new migration. So here I added a date time column. Rails knows that I'm probably going to want to query by this date time column, so it's created an index for the start at column. Also, because I want to make all of these null, I have a migration here, so it goes through all of the meetings and updates the start at to be the date they were created at. And then it changes that column, sets it to not null. And then whenever this gets deployed, it will run this migration on the server, make sure the database gets all of this applied. Equally, if I roll back, it will undo this. Essentially, it will remove the column and essentially remove the data that's been put in there. But then if I want to roll forward again, I can bring it back. I noticed a message in Discord that I wanted to check out. I've been doing a bunch of contributions to Maybe, which is another Rails project. Surprise, surprise. And I think they've been doing some big changes, so I kind of want to see. There was a notification I had. Rails framework. It's not a Rails framework. It's a open source. It's a project that actually has an interesting story. The guy who founded it got a load of funding like a year or two ago, or a couple of years ago now, and spent around about $1 million on building this kind of personal finance app. For a number of reasons, it didn't quite work, and mostly because of the limited amount of runway they had and the costs it was costing to build the app, and also they had a big advisor feature. So it closed down. But the guy who founded it decided to open source the code and kind of recently, and it took off on GitHub. And it was written in Next.js, and it was just proving to be a bit of a pain for everyone to run. And he's decided to start again with Rails, and they think that's going to be quicker. Most of the data modeling is kind of already done, but there's features they want to change and stuff, and so they're kind of starting again. But they're doing it as an open source project, so it's commercial open source, so you can run it yourself, but they've got some ideas about how they're going to monetize it at some point. But yeah, it's quite cool. If I Control B2, Control C, Control S, we'll switch over. New S, Z maybe. bin/dev. This is a branch that I was working on. I was doing some stuff to organize CSS in that project, but yeah. You can basically go in here. This is just fake data at the moment. I don't have an LDR rate worth 100 factor. But yeah, I mean, there's not much in there right now. It's still a basic, simple project, but I think their plan is to have something up and running in the next 6 weeks or so, which I think is feasible. I mean, I, on my own, have built this in, what are we on? We're on episode 33, right? And I've been streaming an average of 4 hours a time. So 132 hours. You were working like 30 hours a week. It's 4 and a bit weeks, and I built all of this. It's broken. Oh, it's not broken. It was. I've turned the server off, haven't I? So I built that in that period of time on my own, solo. That's design, JavaScript, full stack, Terraform for the back end, kind of, because obviously it's hosted on Hatchbox, but I still need an S3 bucket. I still needed a AWS transcribe services setting up, which means there's other pipeline stuff. Like, there's a bunch of stuff here, and that's why I always feel like Rails actually just get going quite quick. Yeah, they decided to move over to Rails. Oh, contributors. Yes. Great invite. Self-hosting. Okay. I didn't even know this was a add channel to list. I didn't know this was a thing that you had where you could join the channels. Got new design coming today for that add account flow. It's got a lot of pieces of UI. What's general thoughts on how to break it down for the community to tackle? It is a web command palette, sort of like Notion, Slack, Discord, Command K, sort of basically a modal contained form. We'll tack on some keyboard shortcuts. Interesting. Yeah, so this is the design for the app, essentially, that they're building out. Does that mean there's been changes, or is that just the clean UI? Yeah, it looks nice. I think they've got a good designer working with them. There's also a lot of the work they had before, like this. I guess this is just AI now, but this was an advisor feature before, I guess. Yeah, someone's done a good job on the README, actually. It's got a good story of explaining all of the different stuff that's going on there with that. What do you think the best way of looks like a solved problem? We can grab and extend. I'm talking higher level here. What's the thoughts on breaking down a sizable project, lots of parts, devs can tackle? This is an interesting challenge, right? Like, it's an open source project. Like, how do we organize it so that everyone can, how do we build this quickly as possible, but also make sure that everyone's aligned in the stuff they're doing? It's an interesting project they've got, or interesting problem they've got. I guess some element of this is like maybe the modal, maybe the keyboard controls. And you've got that screen there, you've got like, so there is some sort of like modal navigation thing going on. I guess one person could build that as a thing, but then there's like this slightly different modal, which just has a form. Like, this is just a modal. So does someone have to build the modal functionality? Josh, this looks good. This is also confusing because the guy who created this project is also called Josh, so I just keep saying stuff and it's like, that's my name. Anyway, I'm creating a component library, building this out as huge ERB views will end up being a complete mess. Once you work out the interface for each component, give it a name, it'll be much easier to put components together. I also think making every one of those red boxes component will be its own version of complete mess. Needs some sort of happy medium. Yeah. Yep. I'll catch you later. I'll go learn how this docu stuff works. Sounds good. Thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you again. Hope you have a good day and good luck with the docu. If you use flex, you can make each one of the bigger boxes a component and each of the smaller boxes a method on that component. You know, I don't know about flex. Like, I'm still not... I guess you only really ever want one modal thing going on. There was a there's a guy who did a video, and I can't remember what it's called. Hotwire modals. Drifting super rails. It might have been this.
Hello.
Might have been someone did something recently. Refactoring hotwire modals. turbo dialog. And you have the turbo frame tag of modal. Okay. And then you have the turbo dialog. You wrap all of the things that should be a dialog with that layout. And then you have a stimulus controller for that dialog that kind of turns off body scroll and does a bunch of stuff like that. And then I guess you just have links that load that into the turbo frame. This is improving one that already exists, right? So can you do like a diff between those 2 points in time? I remember how the diff, where it like slash diff. It's been a while since I've checked out like the diff between two different points. GitHub diff compare commits. Like there's some way you can like over arrange viewing and comparing commits. Slash compare and then you do ... Okay. Compare and then like we'll grab that and then we'll also find whatever the latest one is. Is it like that or is it the other way around? Copy. Actually, we'll just go to that link and then we'll grab that, and that replaces the 8. I'm actually going to save this because I think actually that's going to be quite useful. Why do I save this? I hate opening an app on my Mac because especially when I'm streaming, I'm like, where is the app going to appear? What's going to be on the app? I don't even know. The app that I'm using here is Logseg, which is kind of a digital note-taking app type thing. So I just never know what's going to be on there, you know. Mails, modals with Hotwire. Cool. Cool. If this is from scratch and without the groundwork, design, JS, front end thing you had earlier, I think you're doing this in tandem will lead to a mess of 100 options. We should do it like this. We should do it like that. If you have a lead dev, I would just get 1 to 2 guys to agree to groundwork and let the community improve that. Otherwise, you risk just going in circles. My opinion about the loop of the current state of the Ruby on Rails repo. The picture doesn't give much details, but let's look at the first item on the list. Dashboard, what's in the dashboard, net worth, do we have the data model ready, what goes in net worth, portfolio, and so on. I feel like if we're really breaking this down, like forget the stuff in the background, because like in his examples, he's specifically saying we've got the add account flow. Like, it sounds like we're specifically focused on the add account flow for this. And so the add account flow is this bit in the middle, right? It's not the stuff in the background, it's the modal, right? So one, we need some way of creating modals. Until someone does that work, it's quite hard to do. I guess you could do the stuff inside the modals separately. I'm assuming the plan is to make use of Hotwire. Yes. I think the focus is on the... Sounds like the focus is on the add account flow. This. Sounds like focus on the add account flow for this. Assuming the plan is, I'll just say is the plan to use Hotwire using a turbo frame at some point down the road when that all comes together. Agree, it makes sense to break it down into components. We can probably get a long way with the Rails defaults, partials, and helpers and partials. What is this music? I'm skipping this one. This is too shit. I think I'm falling asleep, you know? Like, might make sense to narrow down on the components we need. I think that makes sense. Like someone could build this modal functionality. I'm thinking something similar to this would probably work quite well. And essentially you just have this where it's like, okay, like you have data action, click dialog open, and then you set a turbo frame for like what that modal should link to. And then once you're in the modal, you're just navigating in the modal. And then when you need to target the whole page, you're just targeting the whole page, right? Like that's kind of how that would work. And then this is, you could just build that as a page on its own. Forget the stuff around it. Just build this as a page. I mean, that might even just be its own piece of work, right? I kind of want to build a modal thing anyway for muster minutes, right? Because just switch back to muster minutes. No, not that one. /dev. I'd quite like this to be a modal. Is there other places where I need a modal? Maybe, because I think there's like this edit at the moment probably makes sense as a modal. I don't think there's anything on transcription minutes at the moment that makes sense as a modal. Also, like, I mean, where's it gone? So, this thing here, right? The select isn't enter what happens anyway when you're like tabbing through, like when you're moving your focus, like when you get to like there, if I press enter, that is just the link. So like actually the behavior of like up and down moving the focus let's go back to this project, right? So let's go here. Let's see if we can just try and come up with some sort of version of the modal stuff. So we've got nothing in our get states right now. Where do we want to start? I kind of want to replicate some of the stuff that's going on in here. Not entirely, but some of it, you know. Turbo frame tag modal. So we're going to have some sort of turbo frame tag in our application layout where we will want to render our modal. So we're going to render stuff into that tag, right? We also want to be able to have a turbo dialog kind of layout. So let's go layouts. And then go, what do they call this one? They call this turbo dialog. I think that makes sense. Turbo dialog.html.erb. Go to the end of the line, put that there. You know, that's our turbo frame that's modal, right? So whenever we want to render something in the modal, that's what we're going to do. Now we know we want to render our, you know, what do we want to render? We want to render our new meeting in that modal. So we're going to change that. Maybe it still has flow. So maybe we just want to get rid of the word page. And then we're gonna, inside here, we're gonna render our layouts turbo dialog. Do. You know, I think that's how that bit works. Let's just check. Layout / turbo dialog do. Yes. So that is that part. And so already, if I refresh this and add the meeting, okay. That's not what went on here. Add the meeting. Where did it go? Kind of there, but kind of not, you know. So what have we got? What are we missing? Well, what's happening is we're clicking the button, and it is saying okay, and the button's going render turbo modal. So actually, that page is rendering in the page. The rest of the content's gone, and actually so is the turbo frame, the modal. That's also gone, you know. But then our modal is in here, so there's now 2 turbo frames. So we needed to do something there. What did we need to do to get our turbo thing to render? Well, there's this, right? This click dialog open is one of the things we needed to do. So let's go to our meetings index page. We have this. Now we don't have a dialog controller. So let's go Rails G stimulus dialog. We need a dialog controller. So what's in our dialogue controller? I don't know. Like, let's just see what they've got in there, you know? This to open. That's interesting. Well, that's because as soon as it mounts... I'll come back to that in a bit. As soon as it mounts, we want to open the controller, right? And I think that makes sense. We'll add that in. So we have our turbo dialogue. This has data controller dialogue on it. You know, that's there. Fine. Control E. Let's just clear some stuff out. Save that. So we'll turbo dialogue. We'll also want dialogue controller. Save that. Also meeting index. Save that. So now I can switch between those rapidly with harpoon. Nice. This action isn't inside a controller, so where's... How do we open our controller? That's not the right thing, clearly then. How do we open? Auto click? We don't need to auto click. I don't see what this action is going to be doing right now. Let's just see. So now I click the link and the page doesn't change, but we on our turbo frame at the top, we do have our dialogue. We did get an error. This to open is not a function. Okay. That is because our dialogue controller, which actually I'm going to move the top. Yeah. Calls open. And I didn't actually copy across the open, right? This .element.show modal. Open. Okay. Now if I refresh, click the link. Content missing. Okay, we kind of have a modal going on. Like it's, you can press escape when it closes it. You know, we've got this behavior going on. We've got the cancel up there. We don't really need the cancel button there. I haven't decided really how I want modals to look, you know, in the application, but it works. It kind of cuts out the background. I can't scroll anymore. I could scroll before, can't scroll now. So that kind of does half the job. Now, what else? Well, when you click back to meetings, it just says content missing. So, meeting new or meeting form. Data turbo frame underscore top should tell it to render it and top. So click back. Doesn't quite clear out the dialogue, so like weird stuff happens when you click back. It kind of like flickers. It's like the content gets replaced afterwards. So there's something weird going on there. And so what do we want to happen there? Well, we need it to close the dialogue when we navigate away. And so we kind of need this, right? Clean up the modal as well. So we'll add that into our controller. We've got our close. And then we'll go back to here. Or actually we'll find our meeting form again. Space A, Control E. Yes. Action. Click. Dialogue. Close. You know, we want to close the dialogue. So now we're not getting as such of a janky behavior. It's still a bit weird, but it works. I think it's mostly weird because like you end up hovering on this. But if we go to our turbo, like dialogue, got some weird stuff going on. We've got like a backdrop, fine, rounded, border 4. Okay. BG Sky 900. Well, that's not a thing in our application. BG White is fine. Again, the MT24 is not going to be doing anything. Again, maybe the width is, you know. Border porcelain 200 is usually what I use a lot for the borders. Let's see if that gives us something that looks a little bit more. Afternoon, Legend Monkey, how's it going? Thanks for dropping by. How about just finishing off work and going to carry on with my Rust course tonight? Nice. How's the project coming along? Yeah, it's coming along good. I've been procrastinating a lot today. I don't know, I'm just not getting into the groove with it today for some reason. But yeah, it's coming along okay. Like I've got a bunch of stuff done, so if I go in here and create a meeting, actually I'll just use an existing meeting. One that hasn't been paid for yet. Yeah, this one. So one of the things I worked on today was this. So when you go and upload a file and create a recording, you'll see like a little animation, a little CSS animation while it analyzes it. And then this is something we worked on yesterday. The checkout screen, say to kind of pay for the transcription of the meeting you've uploaded. And this then takes you into Stripe, and then you pay, and then so like the next bit here, which is I've paid, I need to figure out. Like at the moment it's this, and I don't know, it's just not. Sometimes you just have to work on the thing that your brain wants to enjoy working on, and then at some point later I'll come back and I'll be in the mood to do the thing that I need to do next, which is really figure out this part of the screen. Actually, I'll put it into Miro as well. Yeah, I need to figure out what happens here. Really, after you finish paying, we should automatically start transcribing the meeting. And then on this screen, there should be some sort of like your transcription is in process. I guess a very similar kind of analyzing meeting animation type thing. I actually want to transition between these two states in a nicer way, because I could have this animate in, but we'll get to that at another point in time. Perhaps I just reuse this like loading state, but just have different text to say, hey, we're currently, this can take a few minutes, time elapsed, countdown, I don't know. Maybe we'll work on that tomorrow, and then that covers this block basically of the flow, and then we'll need something similar. Well, I need some sort of prompt to generate the minutes once you're all ready and happy to go. So yeah, kind of coming together, but I kind of sidetracked. So I've been building out a modal flow at the moment, trying out what this might look like with modals. How are you transcribing? I'm using Amazon Web Services, I have a AWS transcribe. So I send off the when you upload the audio file or the video file, it gets put into S3, and then we start a job with AWS transcribe on that file. Then when it's done, it puts a JSON file into that S3 bucket, and then we get notified about the the JSON file being uploaded to the S3 bucket, and then we download that from the S3 bucket, and in return we have the transcription and how that works. To be clear, I wouldn't make, and I'm also jumping around a bit, you know. So I'm kind of working on this project, but then I'm also keeping an eye on an open source project that I've started kind of contributing to and doing some stuff with. So there's this project called Maybe that you might have seen, making a bit of buzz on social at the moment. And so I'm just checking in on Discord and just seeing what's going on. And one of the things on here was this conversation about modal, and that's why I'm now building a modal in my app. To be clear, I want to make every component blocks, so it's using different contexts, roughly how I build the account component. Flex is interesting. Like, this kind of does look quite nice. If you use semantic classes, but those table classes will also be fine. If you're using HTML or Turbo, you can actually just render some markup that makes the filter input work with the account options, morphing the contents, the filtered content. Yeah, exactly. I think using behavior-driven development is a good option. BDD helps to specify features using scenarios, given when, then keywords. Why can't I speak today? Lost the ability to speak. At least coherent sentences. I'm making noise. Also, I recommend using RSpec for testing. I don't... The question is, we have this new account flow. How do we break the work down? You know, like we've got this. How do we break this up? Make it kind of something that everyone can work on together. And I don't really get the suggestion of like using RSpec for testing. I guess because he's talking about the BDD stuff. Maybe there's some elements of BDD. Create the feature cards first, then create user stories for each one. Everyone's so caught up on user stories as well. That's the other thing. Anyway, we're building the modal. That's weird. Like, what's going on here? Hello, what are you working on? I'm working on an app called Muster Minutes, which is a tool that I'm building for myself, that I'm making kind of as a commercial kind of software that other people could potentially use, although really it's for myself. But I, outside of coding and developing stuff, I serve as a secretary, as a volunteer position at my local aero club that I'm a member of. And each month we have monthly committee meetings, and I have to write meeting minutes for those meetings. There's only a small committee, it's about 5 of us, and it's actually annoying having to write minutes for a meeting, and it's quite difficult to participate in the meeting when you're also trying to write the minutes about what has been decided and stuff like that. So one of the things I started doing is just recording the meeting, and now I'm looking at I've built a tool that essentially transcribes the meeting and then generates the minutes. So we can go in here and can add a meeting. I actually don't know if this is going to work. but like, because I've been making some changes. But if we go to 2024 at 6:30, let's say, I create that meeting. Yeah, I thought that might happen. Where's the one I just created? Was it this one? Test? Yeah. I can then upload a recording. In this case, it's just a little MP3 file that just says hello cutie pie, but you know, it'll do the job. We create the recording, it analyzes that, works out how long the audio was. In this case, it's 4 seconds. It'll be 30 pence. That's the lowest cost that we can charge on Stripe. You upload it, you check out, pay per minute of audio that you've got. This is just Stripe's kind of payment thing. And then once you've paid and you come back, you get a kind of receipt, generate the transcription. That takes us into here, and you can, in a moment, we'll have a transcription back. Once we have that transcription, there will used to be a button down here to generate the minutes. I don't know where that's gone. I need to bring it back, you know. But anyway, at some point you click a button to generate minutes, and actually the minute generation is the funnest looking bit, and I'm kind of sad that it's gone, so we're going to quickly try and grab it back. Transcription _ transcription. Surely there was something. Transcription form. Where did it go? There was definitely something here. I don't know. What we need though is a button to create minutes. Meeting minutes path method post. Is that going to do the job for us? That might get us there. I don't know why there's 2 of those. Minutes. Does the end file include the full transcription and minutes? End file. It doesn't really compile it into a file just yet, but it could do. Like, new meeting minutes path. Well, actually, it's just the index path because we want to do the post. Create minutes. Okay. Obviously, this is a dummy meeting, so it doesn't really have enough content in there. So it just says, "Hey, you actually don't really have enough transcript to generate any minutes." But this is coming back from OpenAI, ChatGPT, and if there was enough content, then it would show you that content. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to move it. I'm going to find the underscore recording file. No, not the underscore recording, the underscore transcription file. Transcription show. And then we'll go back and just see. Oh, and then this now can access meeting. Okay, so at some point in this journey I need to do that, and I guess we could just have it say create minutes anyway. I think if I try and press this again, it's going to fail. Yeah, invalid, because I don't know what's happened with the CSS there. That's a bit weird. But anyway, only 1 set of minutes per meeting. I guess I could show you what the flow would look like with a full thing. Let's just quickly as well go to the new meeting, the meeting form. And then the other bit, I just want to finish off this modal quickly. So in here we have like submit end on a successful form submission. So we need to find our kind of, if it's successful, then we'll do that. Data action, turbo, submit end, like that. This is needed because, oh, I have this, but I haven't actually. This is needed because the escape key does not trigger the close event. Oh, I see. Okay, fine. I need to figure that out. This form action change to the hash. Change to hash. What am I doing here? Delete to hash. Doesn't like that for some reason. This is meant to be just be dialogue, right? Because this is the dialogue controller. So now if I go in here and do new meet, and let's call it, let's go for March even. No, we'll do 6th of Feb. 2024, 18:30. That will show us, then we can upload our meeting because it's happened. We'll do the Rails World podcast. It's a little bit longer. That should then really take me to where I need to go. And at the moment I have to refresh. It was this one I just did, right? Yeah. 33 minutes, 9 seconds. Check out to unlock. Also, I forgot to say hi, Derma. Hope you're having a good day. But yeah, we generate the transcription now that we've paid for this meeting. And this one might take a little while longer because it's just a longer meeting. So AWS is just going to take a little longer to process it all. So we just got to wait, you know, while AWS does its job. I wish there was a better way of getting like progress. You know, I just wish there was like more of a like, hey, okay, like it's now processing it, it's now doing this, it's now doing that. I guess I can fake that to some degree for what I'm doing here. Like analyzing audio, passing speech, even if it's not real, you know. Yeah, and then the end of the file, including the full transcription of minutes, we can export it out however. You can download them separately or the same together. I don't want to create an AWS account, I just want to log in. We'll see where it's getting to. Hey, it's done it. Oh, just got to AWS transcribe. But yeah, at this point we refresh because there's a couple of bugs I need to fix. But once it has transcribed the meeting, we have all of this information in here, and then we can click create minutes and it will go create it. I haven't filled in all the details of who was who. It's kind of figured out the names, I think, because I've already passed this transcript a couple of times to ChatGPT, and they probably have figured out who's who, and also there's the names spoken about in there as well. And it knows it's the Railswood After Party, I guess. Like, there's a bunch of stuff, but it's generating the transcription from those. Generating the minutes from that transcription. It's really cool. My plan will be to make this an editor as well. You'll be able to go in here and just edit this as a regular file. It's compiled based on the provided transcript. So generated. So where do I have this? Turbo modal dialogue submit end. That's just like on all of the forms. It's interesting how they've done that. Does the form How long have you used Ruby? I've been doing Ruby on and off maybe for like the last few years now. It actually surprised me. I was like, I always think of it as, oh, I've only been doing it for like a year, but actually I look back at some of the first projects I started building with Rails, and actually it's been probably 3-4 years now. But before that, all of my code was JavaScript mostly. A little bit Python, but mostly JavaScript. Mostly React, mostly JavaScript. Hey, thank you for the follow. Why have I not got my thing up? I can't actually see. Bigool, thank you for the follow. Appreciate the follow. I just came from JavaScript and now Perl. I really like JavaScript. I also really hate JavaScript these days. Like, I did a tweet the other day in reply to someone about that maybe project that I mentioned, and like this is so true. Like, JavaScript's ecosystem just has this weird ability to constantly reinvent the wheel. It's one of the greatest things about the language. You can just keep abstracting away each problem, but the problem is someone doesn't. I think I saw Primogen say something about this, how like you can basically take any abstraction in JavaScript and go, I don't like that one little bit, I'm going to build my own new abstraction, and then that is a cascading effect. Everybody can keep doing that, and till the point where nothing ever actually reaches enough maturity. Like, and there's just new problems all the time that you have to solve. And my philosophy on code now is just write as little as possible. Like, you can little JavaScript, as little CSS, as little HTML as possible. You can just add sprinkles of it all. So I click this link, and I guess I need a turbo modal. Perl is good in that aspect. You can do a lot of little code. That's cool. Again, I haven't really touched Perl at all. I just think of it as a language that is not used much anymore. But obviously, as we said yesterday, it's in some places. Sticks. Turbo underscore frame underscore top, I think, is what they need to do on this form. Turbo underscore frame underscore top. Might meet in March 2003, 2024. I see jQuery 4 is in beta. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. I have no idea what's going on with jQuery. I was just like, what? Yeah, they're still going. Who is using jQuery 4? Like, what are the big features of jQuery 4? I want to know. I want to know. jQuery 4. The big feature is they dropped IE11. OpenAI just sent me a bill. Always fun. Not too much. Automatic JSON-P promotion removed. Okay. It's got form data support now. ES modules, nice. Okay. And then we're Mastodon. Okay. Right, let's do more. Who is using jQuery? Just use the DOM, like the browser APIs. There's no... I don't know. Meeting is successfully updated. So I want this form to... I want the form to redirect like to the root, you know? Data turbo frame. Data turbo frame navigation. So I have that, right? Like that is on my form here. I have data turbo frame set to underscore top. I also have turbo submit end dialog submit end, you know. So I go in here and I set my thing for the end of March or whatever it's going to be. Maybe we even do equal or something. Create the meeting. Oh, that worked that time. Okay, fine. So maybe I just hadn't refreshed. Nice. Okay, cool. So that modal does work. What's delete to the equal sign? Why is it still refreshing? Okay, fine. If I just do that, then I can set the width maybe on here. Or like this. I could do like width full. Although, you know, I don't actually have the on click outside. So, yeah, delete to the equals. And then if I find my meeting new. Okay, it kind of didn't do what I thought it was going to do. Oh, because it's not on the window, right? But like if I did 30V width or something, like a third of the screen, then you get a little bit more control over the layout there. That's kind of cool. I think turbo dialogue. I mean, one of the things I could maybe do is have some sort of like, how do I set the strict locals? Rails strict locals. I just realised how dark it was getting in here as well. Yeah, so it's something like locals. And then I think we could set like class or something. Oh, but then class can just be equal to like empty string. Class is a keyword though, right? Class names. Class names is a thing though, isn't it? And also I've put it in the wrong place, you know, I don't know what I'm doing. What do we want to call this? Styles. Sure. And then in here I could effectively patch in the, like, I guess I could call it like dialogue class. You know, probably makes sense. And then I could go, I mean, I don't even really like the PLG being there. Meeting new. And then I could pass this dialogue class. Oh, I think it has to be like locals. And then I can do width full max W 2/3 or something, or whatever it was. I don't know what it was. Oh, I'm forgetting a comma. Comma. The trusty comma, you know? Unknown local. Rails render local. What am I doing? Why am I missing? Do I just pass those things? Yeah, I think I do. I don't actually. It was just dialogue class. I didn't need that. Yeah. So now the width full is being applied, but like the max W 2/3 or whatever isn't really what I actually wanted. They had the MDW. Okay, fine. So like on MDW 2/3 or something. There we go. That means I still have control over the dialogue from here without having to do all of the dialogue stuff. Rounded, large, like a good rounding off. XL. Nice. And then I need to finish off because I still haven't done the dialogue controller. You know, I kind of half did some stuff. I haven't done the on outside click handler. Where is the... It's here. Click outside. And also the... I didn't bother with the... This is needed because the escape key does not trigger the close event. Oh, I see, because it's not actually... Well, this gate... Okay, so then when you click on here, you click outside, you get the full behavior of clicking outside a modal. Add in progress. I apologise. Didn't quite catch that in time. Usually quicker to analyse the meeting. There we go. It would be cool if this animated in or something, or faded in, or some sort of transition between those two elements. Does it still work responsively? Seems like it. Okay. I'm kind of happy with that. That looks alright. Maybe there's some stuff I'd still like to do, maybe like crossing the corner or something, but kind of does the job, doesn't it? I'm kind of jumping around a bit, but I'm going to do it anyway. This minute show needs these things from here. Don't know if that's going to work. Curious. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to work. This should really be like meeting minutes index path. Meeting. Is that correct? Yes, so now I can kind of go. I don't know why there's some space up here though. Where's all that space coming from? Page has space, sure. But there was loads of space. We have page on the other ones, surely. Or do we not? Do we not have page on those ones? But PTMD as well. PTMD. Did I not just add PTMD to all my pages? Would that not make more sense? Okay. I still don't really know here. Like, I kind of have this concept of being able to have multiple minutes per meeting, which might be useful at some point if you had different intentions to generate different types of minutes, but really it's just the one. Like, you just have the one set of minutes. And then meeting form wouldn't say back to meetings, it would say cancel. Is the focus state locked? It is. Accessibility wise, it checks out. Cool. I need to do something with the toasts at some point. Let's see what we've got committed so far, or like what's in our current working directory. We added those. Add that. I really want this just to be the turbo stuff, actually, the dialogue. So anything to do with minutes. So what? Can be done as a separate PR, but this is just the dialogue controller, the dialogue partial, the turbo frame for the modal. Also, I really should just, is it modal? Is it dialogue? You know, which one is it? Cool. That makes sense. I like that. Feature. Render new meetings in a dialogue. Not new meetings, but new meeting form in a dialogue. And then this stuff is going to be like feature. Actually, it's a fix. Reapply. Revive. Bring back missing. Minute generation button. At some point it got deleted. And I don't know where it went, why it went, how it went. But it's back. We're so back. Okay. The toast, the drop down things, I need to tidy that up at some point. But I'm quite happy with how that's come to be. What was the other things in here? Ensure frame response. Redirect to route path and less turbo frame request. It's an interesting approach. I guess that makes sense. But hey, are you asking for a turbo stream? Also in here, actually this is a good thing, like if I just try and create, oh, it's a broken. It's broken. Oh, that's a tomorrow problem, mine. That is a tomorrow problem. It will be a problem I'll forget about, so I'll have to add a GitHub issue to myself. Fix form validation of what is it called? New meeting form. The addition of the dialogue has caused the form to be rendered in the The problem is that we kind of need to decide, like, we added in. Right, I'm away for now. Be back in an hour if I don't see you. Have a good night. I probably won't be around in about an hour. I do actually have to head off soon to start getting food ready and stuff. In fact, I probably should start doing that soon, so I'm probably going to wrap up. But yeah, hope you have a good night too, and thank you for hanging out. I'll perhaps see you next day or two. I'll be streaming tomorrow, so here's the plan. I'll be streaming similar time. Although I think I'm going to wrap up early. I think there's a I think Casper's doing some sort of Rails riffing on Rails thing that I'm going to catch. So anyway, rambling. I'll be around tomorrow. Have a good evening. This line here, where I set the turbo frame to top, is great when the form works. But when the form fails, I don't want the turbo frame to be top. I want it to be my modal. So what do? You know? I kind of need to do something here and decide, once we know it's a success, what to do. It's either that, or, you know, like this is doing an advanced redirect, which is like this turbo like stream. Advanced redirect. I don't like this, but I also get why it's doing it like this. I need to look into it. I also need to start thinking about getting food ready for the evening, so I will have to wrap it up there. Thank you all for hanging out. I'll catch you next time you're around. I'll be planning to stream tomorrow, as I said, and we'll maybe be a little bit less procrastinated. That's even a word, you know what I mean. Thanks for hanging out. Is there anyone? Why drop off? Not a few viewers. What's going on in directories and stuff? No. And stuff. Is it? No. Ugh. Myself. No, I think we'll wrap up there. See you next time. Bye.